Is my webcam not plugged in? No, it's not. Oopsie doops. 1 second, y'all. That's why I like to just tilt it this way. I'm an idiot. Does this one work? Come on. Of course we have technical difficulties. Of course. Of course this is happening. Oh my god, y'all. What's up? How are you doing as I fucking figure this shit out? I feel like it should work there, but I guess not. So where was it plugged in? Okay. I know that USB port works. There we go. It ain't a stream without some kind of technical difficulties. Or with my white balance turning itself back on. Now to recenter myself. Nope. Closer. That'll do, I guess. Anyway, what's up? Ugh. Did that just move? Yes, it would have. I don't know. What's up? How's it going? I have Parmesan or marinara sauce on my face. I'm a mess. A human mess. Which should come as a shock to nobody, but, you know. Welcome to the first stream with my newly revamped and revitalized computer. My lovely friend came over and fixed it for me. And so now it runs like a dream. And I really don't think we're gonna have as many problems. Less encoding errors, I think, for no reason. Knock wood. Oh no, I'm making this worse. T-shirt. Save me from my sins. My freaking cleaning cloth went missing. It was the only cleaning cloth I owned that actually cleaned my glasses. So I'm on the struggle bus. Anyway, what's up, friends? How you doing? Happy Friday. Sorry for the just terrible start to the stream. But I didn't realize that my friend unplugged my webcam when he was doing stuff to my computer. Which makes sense because my webcam cord is like 2 feet long. But, you know. Oh no. I guess that'll work for now. Okay. I can see out of them and I'm not completely distracted by a smudge. So it'll do the job that I need it to do. Hope you guys have had a good Friday. I made a whole presentation and submitted it and finished my last fall class, or my only fall class that I was currently taking. So that'll be good. That'll be good. That is good. I'm happy to be free of it for at least a month. It starts back up mid-January, so I got like a month of no classes for a little bit, which would be so nice. This next semester I'm taking a 7-week and a 15-week. Because the one class I wanted to take was only available as a 15-week. So we're doing that. Whatever. I'm rambling. But when do I not? Why do I feel like I can't tell if it's my glasses or something's in my eye? I just had this random thought. I like how when I started streaming, I used to do like crazy eyeshadow looks every week and like go like glam it up. Now it's a toss up if I actually brush my hair before a stream or not. You know. I don't care. We're gonna have fun. And doing silly voices for an Ace Attorney game, it is the glasses, doesn't require elaborate makeup. I've just been tired. I feel like going through the effort. I'm cute enough without it. Some days I am. Some days that's a true statement. I don't know about today. Make my hair less what it is. This week I've been like, my brain rot has been Hunger Games based this week because my TikTok has been a lot of Hunger Games. I saw the new movie 2 weeks ago now, I guess it was. And because my TikTok is just like a lot of people talking about the Hunger Games and the books, it makes me want to reread the books. The problem is I already read them this year. I read all 4 of them this year. Obviously I read the new one like the week before Thanksgiving, but I read the original trilogy in like the spring. I can't read them twice in 1 year. That would be excessive. So instead, somebody uploaded the audiobooks. Definitely didn't illegally upload the audiobooks anywhere where you can find videos and such, and I've been listening to them slowly but surely, and it's great. Also, those audiobooks are very good. I love the lady who does the narrations. They're very good. Yeah. Alright, should we get into the game, maybe? Start playing? Yeah. Here we go. Ugh. We were in the middle of case last time. I didn't finish because it got too long. I do just love the music on the loading screen. Okay, we have one part left of this case, and we have 2 more cases left. So let's kill it. This was the case with the wax statue and the mad scientist and the faked experiment. And Sholmes being very needy. Sholmes was being very needy. Okay, hello, you. Speak of the devil. Oh, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Oh yeah, hi you. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What is this professor What's this professor business all about? Oh yeah, the professor killer guy who killed Van Zeeks' brother. And Cosmo's his assistant. He doesn't even look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. Now I discovered he was the one who had been abducted. A sense of foreboding stirred in me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? I don't know about this accent. My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. Oh my god, I really can't do the accent today. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. I really can't. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me? Oh god, it's you. What voice did I give her? Dr. Scythe! Oh yeah, we were like blasting her name, calling her a liar! Dr. Courtney Scythe, née Stevens. I don't know if that's how you say that. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You've requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Gregson, you asshole. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Gross. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? Excuse me? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice! You tell him, Susato. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. Okay. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. So you came here to rub it in our faces that you won't be testifying. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Sholmes's caramel. Oh my god. Can I have some? What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Ominous. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. I don't know what happened. Like, I don't remember what happened in this case. And I don't know that I figured it out. Yeah, oh god, I forgot about him. I forgot about the fucking wax statue in the middle of the room. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exposition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. Excuse me. This trial has certainly defied all expectations, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. Kazuma, say something. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Sykes. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Oh my god, is that Sholmes? State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside of the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my Odious Personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asmund does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps. Perhaps our faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. Maybe he wasn't actually executed, and maybe it's Drebber. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tispel's principles. What principles? The family Tispels has always prided itself in sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tispels waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tispels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tispels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Hi, Nico! It's okay, you didn't miss much. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a true lifelike representation of the subject. You truly haven't missed anything, other than Sholmes being needy and being ominous, that we've opened a Pandora's box, and the snake lady, the autopsy lady, basically coming and saying, ha ha, I won't be testified because what's-his-face, Clockman, forbade it. Good luck and fuck you. And she left. In a much more elegant manner than that, but yeah. Don't you remember at the beginning of the last part that we did? He came to the courtroom while we're getting ready, and he's like, "Look, I'm here. I woke up in time." And we're like, "Yeah, thanks." And we're talking to our, client, and he's like, "Hello, aren't you going to compliment me? Aren't you going to ravish me with compliments?" This time I introduced it. I was like, "Yeah," and Sholmes was needy, and I click enter, and there he is. He apparently bought caramel, and he's gonna eat it in the stands. And that's, yeah. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask, oui, the true visage of the killer is there? This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror through the Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tispel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come. I don't think he will, but thank you. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal That's not his voice. Be beneficial to hear your formal testimony in this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. The Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. Sorry, my antivirus like popped up a notification onto like the bottom right corner of my main desktop, but it slid all the way from my second monitor into the first monitor, and it startled me. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Dispel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head of the cemetery, just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. So you snuck in? The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. And the gravedigger was Drebber. Mr. Drebber. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But dispels will not be dispels if we do not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicted was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. My little robot explodey guy. Yep. That's him. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. Was the ball mask to blame for the... I love reading these other articles. The fire that engulfed the popular theater continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theater's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. Under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson. I wonder how much of this is based on anything. The blame for the fire lies squarely on him for his insistence on holding his ball mask there. Could his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing the city a great center for the arts? Krakatoa eruption. Looks like this newspaper's from July. Okay, Nico. You dear cat is cosplaying a small Victorian child with a wasting disease. Me Squeeze. Mad Sheep Rampage. Charles Darwin to receive something medal. Copley medal. The Great Stink. Parliament to finally address the odor issue? The something issue. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. A Logay cemetery just behind the prison on the night that Foul Demon's execution, the newly termed professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the reanimated man's chest, and whose breath was then stilled. Something. The youth then finally released the scream he'd been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced the event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Take the mask off. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. Because you watched him come out of the grave! What are you talking about? But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Special is based on a rumor. I enlisted the aid of the Grave Digger. Said for a very long time. Hold it! Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by momentary greed. It has nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That's why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Spells Museum. But if a man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth is about, the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. Okay. Hold it! You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. I'm gonna beat it annoying, but that's not how that works. It's not how that works. Rigor mortis? Rigor mortis. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It's because of rigor mortis. Of wriggly mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Okay. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. I love how Ryu is such a scaredy cat. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tispels. It's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Susato. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien, sir. Okay. So we have a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Okay. Midnight. I mean, it's gotta be the autopsy report. Right? It's gotta be the autopsy report. Like, I don't have any better... I don't know what time she was there, but like... Madame Dispels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony, and a particular detail in the report, completely contradict one another. Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Dispels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. Did she say that? I missed that. Okay. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. Hi, Nico. Welcome back. The man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. I'm impossible. Order, order, order. Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only did you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sykes, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck, is that what it said?
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There's no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Do I? Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night. I don't... Oh, God. That was the wrong button. Is it this? The man who witnessed the scene was of the verge of a shotgun rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced. Oh, he died here.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Mais oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him. What are you fucking talking about? Does anybody have reading comprehension skills? On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness very well. What? Van Zeeks, you're not this dumb. I know you're not this dumb. Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? Like the judge maybe, but Van Zeeks, I know he can read. That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here, before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? This fucking idiot. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber. I don't know why I said it like that. The previous witness. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order, order, order! Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No. But that would mean... Madame Tuspels. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my! Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court. You were saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable.
What? Why are we shocked? His name is written in giant letters right in the center of the page. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. Oh my god, wait. It's Asmund. It's the victim. Incredible. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Oh, we're gonna do this. Great. Cause him a move. At all. Just move slightly. You are a waxwork of your own. Okay. How did I get on my computer screen? So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public, about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model from the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. Yes, the guy's dead. Because if you're talking about the professor, after he came out of the grave, he was then shot and died again. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Shot through the heart! Anyway, I'm gonna quickly grip it and rip it. There we go. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
According to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Oh, we're gonna flash back to this, even though we just saw it. Like, not even half an hour ago. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks.
prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
Alright, good.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Thank you.
Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff sent a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. I'm so... Look at them. Oh god. The fucking bust.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you,
Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, and no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Good for you, my man. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by measures of the machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking about, of course, about the waxwork. Can we just take the fucking hood off, please? We can see its face. A model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. Falsely. Or incorrectly. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Is that Herlock's head? Yes, it is. It is, in fact, Herlock's face. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? They can barely hold the post up. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So it was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tuspel's, I mean? Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. I don't remember what voice I gave this man. I think it was like... What an interesting twist. I think it was that. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too.
Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the event of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. He's going through a steampunk phase. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then, I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. I don't know about that. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Usually people go through those in middle school. Of course. You have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying that this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ugh. The details in the article aren't true. It nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation of being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned victims. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were the one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The repurposers. Alright, sure. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched it right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. The reporter is the dead man! Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination. At once, my lord. Ugh. Oof. Lots of creaks and cracks. Oh, for a spot in moonlighting. Never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained it already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned amongst us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But
You said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I mean, I have a newspaper article that says you did. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show you really did see the professor? Do we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo? I know, I need to present it against that irrationally backtracking statement of his. Alright, this is the game being like, this is a statement! Present something on this! The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Okay, this is all I got!
Objection!
I don't know. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's rulings that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial. But even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. Why? But obviously, the precision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So, unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Good catch, Ryu. I missed that. Well, Mr. Drebber? It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. What? You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. Sorry?
Hold it!
What do you mean? A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You were claiming it was another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might be rather big news, my lord.
Oh, yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. That's your voice?
Excuse me.
Madame Tuspels? Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. She's just stabbing him. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Fancies. Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear gunshots from behind, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up. That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes? You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on! Do you really expect me to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. That's a lot of supplementing testimony. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattered blood. I don't know about that, because I've got this.
Objection!
Damn it. Okay. All right.
Hold it!
The young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years ago. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? There we go. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Ah. Oh, yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
to record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of visiting the graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tespel's way. Would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes. Interesting. Alright, cool. Now I can present it to that other one. E. I always want to press R for present for some reason.
Objection!
Here, that's why, because this is R. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward at the end of some bellow. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There. Just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good Lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tespel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. This idiot. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Oh, he looked right at her. Pfft. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then?
Really? You're gonna make me spell it out?
Who is his witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe? Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. I need to point out that the dead cannot come. Need I point out the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Or it happened poorly and incorrectly.
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, The implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary, from the ground up.
That's not my problem. I don't fucking care. And it's exactly because of these monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. I hate when he does that. Lord Van Zeeks? Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and a whole rafe of other discourtesies now. Raft, not rafe.
Goodness me.
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest level. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. I wonder if Zeeks would give you Cosmo as a prize for winning like a little teddy bear at a fair. I wish. Can I true love's kiss his memories back into his head? That would be nice. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
Oh God. Got too many things checked out from the library right now. So I would like to. Can I return this? Can I I'll do it later. Some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Yes, you did. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is a contract, that's very true.
He wrote that article, though. You don't like him. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. You fucking hate this man. He destroyed your whole career by writing this article and naming you. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Dr. Drever's motive wasn't money at all. Yeah, it was fucking revenge. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive then? Revenge! It was revenge! Your time is up. Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you'd have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Cause of a bending backwards! How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, Counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I've seen it! I've seen the connection! I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. The contract and the newspaper. Yes, my lord. The evidence that established a motive and explains what the witness... Yes.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should have never been written. It's typical gutter-press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence cross-referenced. Where is the contract? Wow, it's right there. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? Really? Whatever his voice is. And that's the common link, or it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. O.D. Asmund. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? It's his fucking signature. Bam! What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Oh, what? I'm mixing up all my voices. There's too many people here. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asmund's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. O.D. Asmund.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asmund? Revenge! Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. It would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. This Coral Island day will never end. I've had like 5 hard events in one day. Oh my god. I'm doing good. Hi, Carly. I wanted to play Coral Island Day, and I did not get the chance. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches, and in the end I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I wrote my paper, or I did my presentation, but then my mom was like sleeping in this room all day, so I couldn't really come in here. Then, when I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, it was all because of that newspaper article. I mean, I was working on that thing until like 2 o'clock, so it was a good chunk of the day, but another one! Oh my god! You're just befriending every single person. They all want a piece of Carly. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord.
In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
So, you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman.
Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article.
But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research, but they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wretch. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
Oh god, I don't know. I don't know. No. I doubt it. Probably not. For a young scientist. I think it's this. He kept this trophy for so long.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious.
He says that so much. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. I don't know about that. Oh, girlfriend. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good lord!
What the hell? What the fuck? My phone is like blowing up. Jesus Christ.
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman?
Woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will come along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. I don't know if I believe all that. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide anymore, is it? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborated in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplices admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it then too then, or in it too then. I admit nothing at all. What?
Obviously. Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. I don't know about that. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Seeks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. Wow, what a smirk on her face. You've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this case. Really? This trial is not the proper forum for which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Okay. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the council has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, but thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. Something feels wrong. Something feels not right. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? Remember what Shalm said? Follow every nugget of truth. What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What?
I'm so glad Kazuma gets to see his boyfriend in action. How smart he is.
Do you realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nepalese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth is, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Oh, the truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it out into the open. Right! Yes, in hindsight. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. My dermatitis is acting up. Itchy. He must have deduced this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. making dinner, but you think I'm at 6 hearts for a few people already? Oh my god! I think I'm at 5 hearts with Raph, and he's the highest. I have like maybe 2 or 3 other people at 4 hearts, and most people are like 1 or less. Testimony from me. What about? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. I don't know about that. As his lordship made very clear, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business any further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. Okay, that's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Like, sometimes he's great, and sometimes I fucking hate him. I don't know what to make of this man, or how to feel about him. Lord Van Zieks. I know he's got familial personal stakes in this case, but this is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. Alright, girlfriend. The waxwork plot. TBH, I usually prioritize friendships over anything. Like, I only have like 2 bronze tools going to winter. Okay. I tend to just talk to people when I see them, which means some people get more attention than others. That's probably why but I think I have 2 bronze tools and I'm in summer right now, so yeah. That's okay. We have different prioritizations. And that's what makes it fun. All began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. Actually, I think I have 3 bronze tools. I amend my statement. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. Also, I think I lost this case. It seems so convoluted. Okay. Let me get through this and then I'll explain it. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Okay. So, the original thing is that Professor Hairbrain has an experiment at the Great World's Fair, and he's doing, like, teleportation, basically. And his assistant / benefactor, Asmin, got into the machine to be teleported, and it malfunctioned and fucking killed him. And they thought that Hairbrain was murdering Asmin for some reason. Okay. What actually happened is that they were working with Drebber. Drebber built the machine and it was all a ruse. And so when Asmin got in the cage, it fell through the floor. Like, it malfunctioned, fell through the floor, and then Drebber shot a balloon, like a hot air balloon, that held a second replica cage in it, and it burst and fell, and that's what people saw. And in it was this wax figure of the professor. When Scythe, who is the head coroner of the forensic investigation team, investigated, like, saw the body and saw that it was the professor, she was, like, being blackmailed because the professor was a murderer from 10 years ago who, like, killed a bunch of rich, aristocratic, and royalty people, including Van Zeek's brother, older brother, I believe. And so she got blackmailed into helping, which I think we're going to figure out the full extent of momentarily. Drebber wanted to kill Asmund because Drebber witnessed the professor rising from the grave 10 years ago because his execution was botched. And Asmund witnessed Drebber witnessing this and wrote an article and named Drebber, and it got him kicked out of school when he had this, like, promising career. So Drebber's been pretending that they had, this contract, and, like, if Asmund died, like, I wouldn't get any money. But actually, he didn't care about money. He didn't want any money. He just wanted pure revenge and murdering this man who ruined his, like, entire life and career. And Harebrained just got caught in the crossfire because it was convenient, like, a convenient fall guy for the crime. And so what we are going to figure out now is, like, her, like, actual involvement, I assume, and also, like, I would guess we're going to figure out what happened 10 years ago. What I want them to do is unmask the stupid waxwork figure. I want to see his face. Anyway, that's the gist of this case. It is weird and convoluted and took a lot of twists and turns. So I do not blame you for not following it. Yeah. So, I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. Thanks for calling me a boy, I guess. So kind of you to say. I think I'm a mid-20s man. I think Ryu is like 26. He's my age. I'm a grandmother. What about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. You're welcome, Carly. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Also that smirk. Yeah, just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent? What is it about all you white people, like, talking about the Japanese like that? Very well, if you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. She gets uglier and uglier every time she opens her mouth. You are not wrong, Nico. Yes, my lord. Break the fucking law, but lying! Alright. Hollow waxwork with a note tucked inside. Indicated the note's instructions. The body had to be arranged in a certain way to implicate the defendant, which was my job. Okay.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you meant with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrained alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrained's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
Okay. Oh, God. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Oh God, we're getting a whole thing. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Holy shit! Why did we get a recreation of that? And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Miss Usato? Something about Dr. Sei's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... what she did to the victim. We already know the real cause of death. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want, but there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Thanks, man, Zeeks. The double point. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. Okay. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the topple cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. I mean... it's gotta be this, right? But why? If the cause of death was the broken spine, which, side note, what's happening here? Like, what is this? I don't know. I got distracted by that. No, I know what this is. It's just this, like, part of the neck and what's happening here that it's not attaching. That's it. I know what an Adam's apple is. I don't know. I think it's this. I don't entirely know why.
Objection!
But it's the only thing that makes sense. I've got a nasty feeling. Maybe he wasn't dead. And she killed him with the stab. Thick neck biche. Absolutely. Hi, Cody. But this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. I'm so big, she just doesn't need me for anything right now, so I'm keeping the babies company.
Objection.
Nice. Give all the baby smooches for me, please. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the victim's statement?
I guess the stab wound.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain in the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction toward the man's feet. Oh, if she stabbed him while he was already laying down, it wouldn't have done that.
And why is that significant, counsel?
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebraine's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that you stabbed Mr. Asman. When you stabbed him, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony is a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Hi, Maya! Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. Dude, it feels like 1 a.m. It kinda does. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Ziggs is very impatient.
Counsel, you've struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction of her testimony?
How she was coerced, the stabbing of the victim, the autopsy report. And it's the stabbing, obviously. The answer is very simple, if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. It is the cardigan I made.
As you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord. I'm like obsessed with this cardigan. I wear it all the time. It's so cozy, and it's like just the right amount of warm. Like, I don't want to wear it outside because it's got holes in it, and like if it's windy, it just kind of blows right through you. But for like being inside, lounging around the house, it's the like right amount of supplemental warmth. Your work's Christmas party started at noon, and I only have 4 drinks throughout the afternoon. I left the bar at 7:15, and I'm currently in bed now. That sounds like a great day. A great day. Thank you, Cody and Maya. I appreciate it. But the victim must have been in a position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. He wasn't dead? When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Oh, and he got up. but Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. Howie stood up with, like, a broken neck, but he probably lost consciousness for a while. But when it came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. Another dead man coming out of his grave. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him?
Why? Why did you do that? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now. You're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Yes, Susato! I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic. Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic is a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean?
I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman?
Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection with Dr. Scythe there.
I am rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive. But he was the murderer from a while ago, right? Asman? No. Asman didn't murder anybody. As far as we know. He just, like, ruined Drebber's life. But there's still something in the back of my mind. The professor came out of the grave. He was a mass murderer. We don't know who fired the gun. Could have been Asman. Could have been her. We don't know who fired the gun yet. That might be what we're trying to figure out right now. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this.
Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman,
No, girl, you crazy.
something did come to mind. Oh my god, I'm getting so many text messages. Maya. Oh. I see. What?
What was it, counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we?
What did we see? I don't know. It's been a week since I saw what happened yesterday.
Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. The iron axe, the scalpels, the screwdriver. The scalpels? Oh, didn't we look at her, like, ledger in her office and see that they bought, like, hundreds of scalpels? We were like, why do you need that many? I don't know why that has anything, yeah. I don't know why that has anything to do with this, but it's so out of place it feels like it has to be the answer. Did she buy them from Asmin? It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Now that word's starting to not sound like a word. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this thick book here. Oh, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500 scalpels a month. At first, I wondered what on earth they could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Esmond's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it's going would be extremely straightforward. Yeah, maybe you should have hid that. Or like, maybe not put 500, not 500 scalpels, like maybe something else would make more sense to label it under. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he could have used to rack money from her for the next decade. Dark secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Oh, we're gonna do one of these again. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to serve the hold that fate's to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like the little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned conviction that you saw rising from the... Wow, The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article from the front page caught my eye about the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And to have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. You had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Take him away! Him and that awful wax figure. Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However,
That is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, yes?
Seems there was a great deal more for your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now all the sordid details were brought to light. It's been a very long, profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery, others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor. That's not true. That's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
You're Van Zeek's.
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even, the man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None for me, my lord.
Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously, no misgivings whatsoever.
Was that a duddy, Izzy? Is all over?
You don't know what's become of the yard these days. Don't recognize the place.
Starting to fall asleep, you say goodnight. Okay, goodnight, Maya. See you later. Have a good night. Good sleep.
In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
not guilty.
Ugh. Court is adjourned.
Love it. It's over. That was some trial. I love that for you. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is! Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain! Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? Hi, welcome. I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, oh what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, What are you going to do now?
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis that my great machine lie in ruins. Well, but still, it's been too long since I was last in London. So perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition while I'm here too, see if my new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Who is this? Oh, it's you. I can't allow that. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here?
Barak. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution, or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? Sorry?
I always knew you had it my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Barak. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
He doesn't want him to get hit by the Reaper. He doesn't want his friend to die.
Ugh. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak.
Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsumi was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsumi is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsumi and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But Barak... Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Ryu! Goodness, was that your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Why don't you just let him stay at his house? Or at your house?
Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a great pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust is settled, you must come visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
He don't get a date with Susato.
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare some time?
You are correct, Ivy. You want to talk with me? I want to talk to you about my amnesiac boyfriend you're holding hostage. Anyway, that was really loud.
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Give me back my boyfriend. Well then, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as you walked away this time. The Enigma, Baroque Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. I'm a little scared. It's not gonna be another on fire. Oh, it's him.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guiltless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just thought you were racist. I didn't think there was a whole backstory to the racism. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race, aka your racism. Will you tell me what happened, please? Yeah, I was about to say, was the professor Japanese?
The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me, personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man No one had been able to catch the man sooner, ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was... Are we gonna unlock the mask finally?
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
I love this. I love these moments.
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
I wish there were more of these moments.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face.
Susanoo knows
I
it?
feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh! No, it's not her dad. Cosmo! Is it Cosmo's dad? Take your mask off. Take your mask off. Take it all off.
Father.
I'm gonna scream. Oh my god.
What? Father?
Take the stupid mask off right now. Yes.
Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Oh god, what trauma.
As he stood there before me,
Please go give him a hug.
Ryunosuke.
Oh god, I've been saying his name so wrong. Ryunosuke. Okay, I've been saying his name so wrong.
Hello again. My friend.
Please hug. Oh my god, I swear to god, all of them need
Judicial
to hug.
Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
I'm gonna pass
It
out.
was an honor.
Please hug. I swear to god if they don't hug.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I'm so hot. I'm overheating because I'm freaking out so much.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
I'm gonna pass out.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Please hug.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Okay. I think Kazuma's a good guy.
Kazuma-sama.
Kazuma came here to figure, like, right the wrongs of his father, I'm pretty sure.
Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke. I need to remember that's how you say his name. Ryunosuke.
We have much to talk about.
Yes, we do!
But now is not the time.
Ryunosuke.
I'll be seeing you.
No, you will not. You're gonna stay right here. He just leaves.
That's all Kazuma said.
I'm...
Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
And now we're just... So he's living the after-image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Osuki, my best friend. 3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice when he was suffering amnesia, too? 'Cause you're racist. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Yeah, man needs a minute. You're right. Oh, I'm so upset. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having Father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Osuki. Bro was a mass murderer, but like, did they know? Did he know that that's what happened? Because it was a closed trial. Nobody knew except for the judge and the prosecutors and the defense attorney, I would assume. Like, it was completely closed. I doubt they would have told the other exchange students. So you see, that's how he and I met. Though it seems like, I don't know, Mikotopa probably knows something. Unless Ace Attorney is gonna Ace Attorney and it turns out he's innocent. I don't think Kazuma's dad is innocent. I think they might have got that one correct.
For a brief moment,
Maybe.
my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time.
Our deep sexual love for each other. Anyway.
As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
I love the voice acting. I wish there was more, because I love listening to his voice. The end. Oh my god. The demasking. I do want to save, please. Oh my god, I gotta keep going. Twisted Karma and his last bow. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of a curious advertisement and a commonplace killing at the edge of town. Von Karma?
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
"8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Professor Mikotopa is due to arrive at any moment. Hold on. Where is it? Okay, sorry. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. the truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew that he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikitoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. Yeah, Mikitoba knows something. That probably means he knows then about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now.
Ah, there she is.
Oh, Father!
Hello, Susanoo. How are you?
Very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. It's weird to see him in a suit. It is the Judge, Carly!
Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here.
Oh, no, not at all. It was my pleasure.
We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas.
It has.
I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Carly! Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before? Ryu, do you got, like, face blindness? Because I do a little bit.
I take it from your expression you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Sashiro? Firm tap should do it. Yes.
Firm tap? What?
Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant,
Ryunosuke. I got it this time. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
guilty.
Ah. Oh. You're... Yeah, he's got a little hat on.
Court will now hear the trial of
Ryunosuke. Oh my god, it's gonna take me a while to get it. Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. Ryunosuke. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Shikoku. How are you? It's been a long time.
Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick.
I do call him Ryu for short, but when he says the whole name out, I feel like I gotta. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time.
So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest.
It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Shishiro? Chat is horny on main tonight.
What are you talking about, Yujin?
Of course, Judge Shigoku. We must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikitoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Why is he so hot? That's a good question.
Well, all the passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha.
Sorry? Ministerial status? His name is Hell? Oh gosh.
Yes, didn't you know, Sashiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here in this study tour. Guilty as charged. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks.
Yes, now Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday.
Oh, you did?
It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy.
Yes. Could you tell us any more about it? Oh, yeah. So, how was the voyage here? Just gonna big polite small talk.
Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. When I first wondered, then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same routine as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience.
The same routine as me? Stuffed in a cabinet the whole time? I don't know about that. So you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris.
We did, yes, but only for one night.
Judge was the third. Yes, Judge was the third. Judge Evil. He has evil name. What is happening?
Yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father.
It's thanks to Shishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited. Or I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back.
Cosima's father, I suppose. Yeah, let's talk about him. Mass murderer, serial killer. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Cosima's father, wasn't he?
That's correct. Genshin Asogi.
Oh no, Genshin Impact. Genshin. You knew, I presume, Father?
Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective.
Nico! Genshin Impact Osugi.
Came to Britain as a police detective.
Oh, ACAB as well.
He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland.
But what about Cosima? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not.
He was told his father passed from sickness.
However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Yeah, no, the man was on like a vengeance-filled rampage to get to England. I'm pretty sure he knew, or at least had his strong suspicions. Oh, why?
As you know, I tried to guide Cosimo growing up, as if he were my own son. Then, one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there.
Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him.
Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually.
Oh, what?
Well, Having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks.
What? What? That's news to us.
So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our journey to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail.
I guess you could say Genshin really had an impact. I've never played Genshin Impact either. It's not my kind of game in the slightest. I don't do gacha games.
But he's still alive, here in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia?
When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know.
Is that the game where the flesh centaur women come from? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't think I want to know.
I must speak with him urgently.
I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? No, I want to go visit him right now! That being
16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Oshigi, and myself. We were the original 3. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you.
16 years ago, things were tough for their generation.
Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me.
He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground.
Ugh, not more talk of graves.
Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have been something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons.
Not my cup of tea at all.
Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing and tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after the trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. It was a lost cause, sadly. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Susato-san's gone off at a run.
I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow.
Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck.
Aruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been.
Oh, no. I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me.
Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour in Britain, as you know, the very year Susanna was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. It was then that Sashiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind, so perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say.
I completely understand, Professor.
One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you.
Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you?
Well, the thing is, I'm
sorry that took so long. Hello? Miss Susato. Now then, allow us to take your bags.
Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir.
You got a flask?
That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photo to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yes, of course.
You look so nervous. That went away so fast. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Migatoba was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. No, let's go find Kazuma. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. New location has been added. What a grand place. Father certainly seems to be enjoying in the luxuriant atmosphere. No, I don't believe you visited this place. I believe Genshin may be innocent of the double Vagu horse. What? I don't understand a single word of that. Oh, wait, I understand. Okay. Genshin Impact is not the Flesh Centaur. Arcanites is the Flesh Centaur. I've put it together. I thought about it for more than 2 seconds. Okay. I thought you were talking about Kazuma Genshin. Go to Sholmes' suite. Oh! There's his mask! Why do you have Kazuma's mask, Sholmes? Yes, Kazuma's dad is a Flesh Centaur. Absolutely. What was that? A man screaming in the most unflattering way. Do you think could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. Oh. I don't do it anymore. Oh god. Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? are these people? Look at their hair. It's bright red. French. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Right, you two. You're coming with me now. Down to the clink.
No, not prison.
No,
It's dark and damp, but I don't like it.
I can't figure out what this child is. Buff, the darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared.
Me.
But you are always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist.
I don't like this. I don't like it.
Well, tough. Buff finishes down the yard. Now get moving.
Bye then, Ginny. Have fun.
Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective.
Jean makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Bruno.
Hello, Iris. We're home.
Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon.
Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is the greatest of problems known to man. Oh my god! But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? What have they done to my boy? Why does he have Wendy's hair? Yeah, guys, we need to tell the child that her father's dead. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say.
Oh, come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea.
Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit down and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Hold on. No. The mask Cosmo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zieks and his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. I just sort of picked it up. We had to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? Okay, that's all I needed to know. Hey, what the fuck's wrong with your hair? Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? They've butchered my boy. I don't... Like, this outfit, normally, I'm swooning. The hair? Ruins all of it. Apparently, fire truck red hair is an ick for me? Didn't know that. Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all matters of infractions. I'm so glad that this is yucking your yum, Carly.
When the mood takes you.
Not yucking your yum. That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong phrase. That's the wrong phrase. That's yucking my... This is yucking my yum. It's... I don't know what I was trying to say. I don't know what the right phrase is, but I'm glad it's hitting for you. That's what I meant to say. That's the overall message I was trying to convey. I'm losing my mind. Yucking your yum? Yuck my yum. What is yuck yum? To yuck someone's young is to ruin someone's enjoyment. Similarly, a buzzkill. Yes. The expression is to harsh someone's mellow, synonymous with yucking their yum. It was the wrong turn of phrase to use. It was the wrong turn of phrase. All matter of infractions. But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Gracie to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to listen to you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good?
I wonder what the men did.
What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before?
Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
Your cat closed Firefox, me sweeze. Me sweeze, please. How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly.
It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now.
Oh, yeah, thank God for that.
According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
A lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tusspells only the other day?
Pshaw, a large sum. One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it is quite disappeared, I assure you. You bought a car?
Honestly, Hurley, you squandered it.
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there is a substantial clue. Before your very eyes. Is it your blindingly red hair?
Don't tell me. Let me see.
Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is right in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the beginning of our conversation.
I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. that case aboard the SS Buria in Japan. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So, what was really going on? Yeah, I'm still mad at him for that. Is he asking us to look at his ass? It's a great question, Cody. The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. But I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, how horrible! It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? Seriously. Why? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh! I believe I may have made a gross error in judgment. Mr. Sholmes. Do I need to fucking... No. What is it? Let's be. What's the... There's like nothing out of the ordinary besides the mask. Alright. I'm gonna go to the Chief Justice's office. Oh. Hi, Van Zeeks. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. They have the same voice. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeeks doing here? There seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air. What did you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe wherever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I'm right here. Ugh, kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks. I will attend at once. Oh, he's looking at me. He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Oh, is your left hand still of service? He's Mr. Naruhodo. He's talking about Dr. Scythe. Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zeek's doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though, disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about Kazuma. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital of Japan is 2 million. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the world. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. That's a little bit of a hyperbole, but okay. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Oh, sorry, girl. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of chasing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. Does that mean Scythe's weird kid got arrested too? Oh, I don't know. I forgot about the weird kid. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. Yeah. Where's Kazuma? About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my! So he stowed away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's. That way I could keep an eye on him. Okay. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice, because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. You knew he was racist? It's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeek's. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Osugi. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah, yes, Genshin Osugi. The Professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
Oh, this is the Hound of Baskervilles. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand.
Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? Yeah, even Barrack's brother? That seems
very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Okay. I got nothing. Okay. Okay. I want to examine his stupid hair. I don't know what to do. Examine the newspaper on the couch. That's what I needed to hear. That's it.
This looks like last week's edition.
What's that article circled in red ink there?
It's in an advertisement column. It says, "To the Red-Headed League."
The Red-Headed League? What's that?
I don't know. I've never heard of that before, but...
Is something on my face? Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. Okay. On the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USA, that's not that far from me, there's now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. Okay, Sholmes, I see where you're at. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind above the age of 21 years old are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. Get £4 a week if you are a redhead. A most fantastic money-making opportunity. Jesus Christ. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair and eyebrows. Oh, look at that smile. While he smokes his pipe. So, at last you've learnt to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, a quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? So, what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled? You've noticed in the paper, then. His shirt looks lavender against his hair. Is it normally lavender? I don't think so. That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellow unspecified governance. Fellows. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me.
But listen to what the lucky redheads received once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week?
But why? Why are they paying? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement.
But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance.
That might be stretching a point, I think.
The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see.
Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes.
So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? God, he's so dramatic. A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. Your blunder. Oh, him, not me.
What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes?
I'm glad you asked, Mrs. Otto. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the colour of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. In the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It'll make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass.
But, Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say...
But of course. To earn £4 a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely.
So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street, where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members.
So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a Costa's orange barrow. Costas. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. And when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, Ah, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation? So naturally, I had no choice but to reply. Shh, don't give me away. After which I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. What?
Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads.
Why did he turn those two in? Did they actually do something wrong? Oh, ding-a-ling-a-ling. Aha, here is my guess now. My latest flight with money to spend.
Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you?
Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due.
Oh, it's you. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband, he's run away. Too upset to me. I beg your pardon. Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course.
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before.
Yeah, she was on the jury.
Very recently.
Yes, now that you come to mention it. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object, simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. What are you talking about? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I would of course make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir, this gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me?
What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand.
Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me.
Oh, I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Oh, we're gonna chat with her. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps?
Oh my!
Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Ah, I knew I recognized her. Yeah, she was juror number 2.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now.
It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean.
Pardon?
Oh dear, I'm so sorry, don't worry, you can't hear me. It was frippery, really, nothing more.
Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Alright, I gotta get some water. I'll be back in a sec. Jesus. Hello, I'm back. Okay. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Fitchell, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It'll be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship. My husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. Nico. Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he's become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. A guard? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder? That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments? And at such times he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he's remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at which prison is your husband engaged? Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, we're afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, dear madam. No heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday. That really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him to not return home at night, but this is different. For him to not make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Please, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has been only missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. With my eternal gratitude, I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You seek only to put on this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me with good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. No particularly distinctive facial features. Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous.
You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come up with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her some good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. It was renowned amongst us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor. And now a warder from prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. Nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with his hair. Sholmes. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Of course you are. Okay. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watch tower. Oh, wow, what a clock.
This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time.
Oh no, this man is Scottish. I remember them mentioning the Scot. Oh no. I can't do a Scottish accent.
I cannot remember the last time a civilian was doon here.
Oh god.
And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me.
Oh, hello.
Do you ken who I am? The governor of Barry
Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Nara... I'm... Ryunosuke. That's... It's gonna take me so long. I look at it and I want to say the wrong, and then I forget how to say the right. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer.
And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean?
Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan.
Japan? Did you say Japan?
I know I could call him Ryu, but when his whole name is written out, I feel like I have to say it. Yes?
There's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
I didn't notice another prison next door, sir.
Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about...
I didn't like to be so direct, but no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners.
Oh my god!
Now get out of my hair.
So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this? That surely means...
I think it's because of the professor case.
You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Osagi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison.
I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? You're agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just... Get gone with you before I punch your lights out. Oh my god. We're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us.
Governor Caden.
What are you thinking, Miss Susato?
I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us.
Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Alright. Oh, I can't. That's Professor Mikatoba over there.
Well, hello to you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked.
But where's Judge Jigoku?
Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
Having only just arrived at the country today. Goodness, he's full of energy.
Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prisoner governor at Barclay Prison.
Oh, Professor Governor Caden, you mean?
So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners.
I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story.
Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now.
Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment.
Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee?
Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know.
Oh, so sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikitobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Let's not fall out now. I have an idea.
What's he writing on that piece of paper?
Here's a letter of instructions for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune.
Thank you. The letter of introduction has been entered into the court record.
Good luck then.
Okay. You're not gonna ask me that favor. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden.
What's this then? You cannot put the wool over my eyes. You good-for-nothing Japanese student. Oh my god. Mikitoba. That young jock from the forensic laboratory. That Mikitoba.
Yes, exactly, him.
Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yuji Mikitoba's daughter, Susato.
Jinx, you're the young man's daughter. And you didn't think to mention that afore?
I can't do the Scottish.
I do apologize.
Aye, well, you best take a seat then. Could I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And don't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits.
Jesus. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing.
I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
So then, what can I do for you, Hen?
Well, we're currently investigating a case.
It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
I haven't heard anything of this. Haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh!
But how can that be?
Is Mr. Daily Vigil your chief warder?
Vigil?
That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him.
Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, and that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedication. Dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He's a fine warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job.
Oh my!
When was this exactly?
There's a question. When was it about? Can it have been much less than 10 years ago now?
What?
10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago?
Aye, as I mind it. Do you ken, I haven't heard the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing, though.
But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah! Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. So, Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warden 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry, a walk?
Aye, that's a word for it here. A walk to the gallows.
An execution.
It's the job of the chief warden to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only, Virgil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I could tell you it's very rare for a chief warden to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't ken anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what would that be, Hen?
That last execution that Mr. Virgil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly.
I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm at no liberty to answer that. I'm no at liberty.
I see. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, the prisoner, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you ken?
Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinner's. It's still in use today.
St. Sinner's. That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Yutoba and I used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms.
For more fresh materials, I suppose.
And we used to sit in there here for hours and gab on about dissections and all sorts. Oh, it takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course.
How charming.
He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genjin Osagi, I suppose.
Well, I cannot tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one moment before you're away, Hen. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, I found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
What is it?
That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my, are you sure?
Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original, mind.
Vigil's dismissal notice. Okay. Thank you very much, Governor Caden.
Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed.
Okay.
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being.
Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes what we found out about Mr. Vigil. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Nico. He might have red hair. What would he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? We're back.
Hello, you two.
Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I'd bake some scones for us all.
Oh, so that's what the delicious smell is. Oh my god. This is better. But oh my god.
Greetings, my dear fellows.
It's Miku. It's Hatsune Miku. This is better than the red by a lot, but oh my god.
You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Oh my.
Pray tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you gathered some new information? Oh, yes. Something very surprising, in fact. Though, it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest.
It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that...
Shh. Who's... Oh.
Sholmes! Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important.
Oh my god. I can never do her voice well. Gina? I can't Adam and Eve it. Oh.
What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? The boss is... He's dead. I'm sorry? What? They just found his body, shot with a pistol. What? They killed Gregson? But Inspector Gregson? He was murdered?
No, not Gregsy.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson he was really shot?
I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene.
Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating the case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there.
Oh, how strange.
Yeah, seriously, I don't want him to be dead. The boss he was so good to me. I know he ain't I ain't up to much yet, but One day I was going to show him. I was going to show him I'd become a proper detective.
Oh, Jenny.
So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already.
Already?
They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Tell me it's not Kazuma.
Who? What awful person did this?
Tell me it's not Kazuma. I still can't believe it myself.
Gina?
It was the Reaper. Oh! It was Van Zieks! We're having our Miles Edgeworth situation. Oh my god! Wait a minute, you don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zieks for it? That's right, that Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No, Lord Van Zieks. Are you quite sure, Mr. Strahd? It's Barak von Zieks the police have arrested. I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. There were witnesses, and they were all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when our lot goes to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. There's no way Lord Van Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
Time to defend him in court. Are we gonna have to go against Kazuma in court? Thank you for informing us, Mr. Strahd. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying for? You didn't do nothing.
Well, anyways, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You gotta help. I want to go talk to Van Zieks. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson? Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. I absolutely was. Until later, then. The blue is much better for going out in public with. I will say. Inspector Gregson dead and Lord Van Zieks arrested.
Bruno, Susie. I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside.
Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Usato?
Yes.
Yes. Wrong voice. Oh my god. I'm losing it. I don't care. I want to go to... Here. Hi, Barak. Looking elegant as usual. There he is. Lord Van Zieks behind bars.
So it's true. He really was arrested.
He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zieks. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be. with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened. That Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But...
Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please.
There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading in the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Yeah, why is this our business? But whatever. It's okay. Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Everything? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. What happened? Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened? How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street,
and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on scene and immediately arrested.
We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself.
But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you?
I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened.
If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh!
After all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though. Yeah. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Huh.
Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as of yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not!
I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of the killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo.
So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now.
He is. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. Why, I don't know, but yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So, I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But please, I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Yeah. Alright, let's go to Fresno Street. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. Oh god, there's a red wig.
So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life.
Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere.
Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers got to be taken out so they can look underneath and all. I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stacks too. Blimey, ain't your lot never gone over a house looking for dough when the owners are out of town?
Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt.
Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Hello again, Gina.
Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went around, prancing around here, pointing at stuff and flicking that hat of his. And then he just scarpered.
You ordered some littles? So you ordered some littles for sticker for Christmas.
Oh, he finished investigating already, you mean?
Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one. Got an email that they were delivered to your mailbox, but you're not there? Oh my god. Not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? Yes? Why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh, poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Hopefully... Ugh, that's really annoying, Nico. Hopefully they just got put in the wrong place. Might need to give it a day. That's really annoying.
Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court.
I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Odo, get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Alright, let's go investigate everything. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This, you mean, is an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, there are all sorts of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings? Oh, and this one here! Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean, to the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of the Inspector Gregson's family members. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are! Look, Mr. Naruhodo, quickly! Oh my gosh. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Honey, are you face blind? Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. It's Mrs. Vigil. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say I have no idea either. Okay. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust, look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Okay. Alright, we're gonna... I don't want to talk to anybody yet. This is presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh my! Is it real, I suppose? I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. I hope it shows up. Give it like 24 hours, and then if it hasn't shown up, then it's time to message the seller and or the mail. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot! No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Killer's revolver has been entered in the court record. Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeek's playing with something like this. Only about 8 centimeters tall. Could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all. In a way. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! A bright red hairpiece. And I suppose the fact that it's right here next to where this body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And it's such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. And would probably be under Dr. Scythe's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. In the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know, it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image. That's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taken this far better than I am. Alright, let's... The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind it. Look! I suppose if a bullet had hit it. It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle. Having first passed through the inspector's body, that would be quite the angle. Ugh, now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed these boards all over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsumi's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least let some light in. You could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsumi now. This one does let some light in, so you could say... Okay. Alright, let's talk to these guys. Excuse me. You're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector. Don't worry, we'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Excuse me? Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Oh. Right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then. Okay. I think I got everything on this side. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my! Is it real, I suppose? I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. Have someone... Okay, yeah. I wanted to present it to Gina. Okay. Nope. Nope. Alright, let's just talk with her. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case. Just like that. He did? Yep, and ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper in there. And look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say as much. I'd take me hat off to that fella, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why you respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson had held the Reaper in such high regard. He said something else to me and all. But I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set me mind at ease when he said that. Right. Just hoping it didn't somehow get delivered to one of your neighbors. That's incredibly annoying, and I'm really sorry, Nico. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been written by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. Sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, isn't that it? Name that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right? All the lads from Yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knows what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mr. Zato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. Done. I see that's where the poor inspector was found. Over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck the candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's in it, no denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said it. Why don't you ask him? A bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who had the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here after all. We'll all be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for. You'll be up for grilling and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Okay. There's some black marks here too. Look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Okay. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. It doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. I know, I'm so upset. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? treatment of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? Oh! Ah, what is that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door. Not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. Very tiny and simple key. What is the little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Okay. Chief ordered Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Okay. Professor Mikitopa has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is that just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he at least called you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. Blackbird line. The SS Groose, first class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. Oh, that's the boat that Professor Mikitopa and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk from the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Beria. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Okay. 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 I'm just gonna present each of these little pieces of evidence and see if there's anything else she wants me to talk about. Nope. Not this one. Nope. Okay. I think that's everything. Alright, let's, I guess, go... Let's go to the Lord Chief Justice's office, maybe? You made good time. I took an express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. He's got two swords. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's... Kazuma-sama! Please don't ice us out, Kazuma.
Ah, your timing is impeccable.
It is?
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
I believe only in the facts, and the facts in this case point to one thing: the unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no, surely not!
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes.
So does that mean the trial is tomorrow?
Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions.
Kazuma, where's your headband? Kazuma.
Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Osagi here will be present at tomorrow's trial proceedings.
I knew it! Leading the prosecution. I knew it! Wait. What? Kazuma. I knew it!
As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? Oh my god, look at him back there. No, we need to chat. We need to have a little chat, you and me.
I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be all right now.
Has your memory completely returned?
Yes, completely. I remember everything.
Nice music!
Including what I was coming here to do.
Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from an amnesia?
It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over again. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London.
I'm so sorry for what's happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before.
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon.
No, that can't be it. Kazuma. We have so many things to talk about. Why are you icing me out? Your best friend.
I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds.
There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock.
Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent.
That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history.
You say that every time, my man. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow.
That's right.
But he's defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as a judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryuno. Oh my god. Ryunosuke. Yes, that it is. Ryunosuke. Let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Yeah, I don't understand where this hostility has come from. What do we do? Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belonged to Lord Van Zeeks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually belong to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zeeks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. This feels like an endgame case. This is not the last case in this game. I will not be in the public gallery, but thanks. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Hi, Kazuma. Before you go, I have to look at the pronunciation every single time. Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh! I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does. It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Oh, Gregson! That's... They're all babies, and his brother, I assume.
That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson.
In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the looks of it. And who's the third person? It's his brother, dumbass. Ryu, use your brain. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Displayed prominently, as if it was a treasured memory. Gregson. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Right. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter.
We've been gone quite some time, though.
Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry, I didn't think you'd heard that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no.
We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Osugi. Osugi. That made the color drain from his face. Huh. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. "10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Osugi.
Genshin Osugi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset.
But what could he have been hoping to achieve?
And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Osugi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you, Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all of us Japanese.
I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer, the so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Osuki. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous to the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Osuki's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the professor's case inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted.
I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
I think Strongheart's gonna be a villain in the end. Maybe he's the Reaper. I've never had good vibes from Strongheart, but the more I learn about the man, the more I don't like him. Anyway, time passed, and then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And, of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. And I can understand why, now that I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Osuki, I am the bane of his, the Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month, but he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy.
Oh, yes. Come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often, being transferred internationally, I mean?
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh!
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed.
I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We heard that he was considered something of a legend at the Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made.
What sort of approach?
After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my! 10 years ago?
Why is that so surprising? An autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determine it was necessary. This powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
I don't have confidence in anyone.
Oh.
and I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. Nope, not true. What really went on between Lord Van Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah, yes, that's not mine. Really? Because the common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that?
Lord Strongheart informed us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
That I don't know.
Oh!
I was issued with the revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps.
You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things.
No, no, no. This has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. God, he's so racist.
Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it?
So it's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Alright, dude. Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost.
Is the man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint. The details have been updated. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Osagi. The man he idolized, and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this photograph?
Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plagued me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. but at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor.
I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo.
Then my life is in your hands. For Lord Van Zeeks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. To be continued? Yes, okay, good, because holy crap, I did 2 parts, and it's been 5.5 hours. Yes, I would love to save my progress. Alright. I just want to exit. Okay. I don't want to save progress because I want to see that again. Oops, wrong thing. Okay. Good fucking lord. Good lord. The amount of reveals in these 2 cases has been astounding. I'm in shock. I cannot believe that Gregson is dead. We got Kazuma back, but he's being mean. This game is so good. I fucking love this game. Anyway, that's gonna be it for tonight. Holy fuck. Jesus. Let me look at my calendar. Okay. Next, I probably gonna have to like reschedule next week's stream to another day. Because I have an engagement party I have to go to on Friday. And I don't know how late it's gonna go. If it's not too late, I'll have stream Friday. It'll just be at a later start time. If not, I'll keep y'all updated. We'll figure it out. I will stream next week. It's just I don't know what day. And there's a chance the week after I might have to reschedule too, but we'll see. This is a Christmas party or a holiday party that I may or may not attend. We'll see. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I always love your commentary and your insights. That is going to be it for me. So, I hope that you guys all have a fantastic weekend, or a fantastic rest of your Friday night, and an amazing weekend. And I will see you guys all next week. All right? Goodbye. How do I get in the frame? Goodbye.